Welcome to the Out There channel, live stream 440. Here we go. We're going down to the basement. Mr. Gray is back.
Hiding, I'm searching, I'm loving, I'm finding love, I'm hiding, I'm searching, I'm loving, I'm finding love.
Searching for answers.
Let the fate control your body.
Party time, people.
I'm searching, I'm loving.
Didn't get enough sleep. Hopefully I got enough brain power left. Survive with 5 hours sleep. Good to be back. Good to be back. Okay, we got control your swearing. No trolling. No self-promotions. And just have fun in the side chat. Okay, I don't think anyone's showing up yet. So let's just type it. I think Google's up to something as usual though. I can't get over 2,500 subs, you know that, probably for a good 6 months now. Hello, anyone out there? Welcome. Welcome to the live stream 440. Debunking the stupid claims again about space, moon landings, and so on. Okay. A bit of lag there in the comments, that's for sure. As usual. I still say zero watching, so this makes sense. Gonna need the editor. Yeah, so hopefully everyone will get a notification soon. Have I got one yet? Google normally sends me one where they send out to people. Well, there's a lot of stuff I notice that I'm subscribed to I don't get notifications for. I might get, even if I got all set, I still only get probably only half the alerts. So you probably noticed that too, probably. Yeah, looks like we've got no email. So yeah, this is pretty bad really, isn't it? Anyway, if you follow me on Twitter, alright, it's just coming now. Paul is gone live. Yep, okay. Let's just carry on then. So yeah, I put out this episode a while ago. Actually, I might just before I start that, I'll post my donation links. So it's at the start of the top. So you can go to my webpage. I'll just post it in the side chat. Help keep me on air. Seriously. What is I got? $5, $8, $8 in 8 months. Isn't going to. Is not. Isn't going to cut mustard. Okay. That's basically what I've got. My outgoings quite a lot. And where's my other thing gone? So I've got subscribe star. Now that's on the link on my webpage, but I'll post it separately. So I need $40 of tips or monthly using that before I'll get paid out the accumulated money which I need. Seriously, I only got 120 credit left on the credit card and I got 0 in the bank, so it's pretty dire straits. Here we got Scott Smith. Hey, we got some people joining us. Yeah, so I'm brand new tube, and as you can see here, I got 171 subscribers, and I put out this one here. International Space Station Fakery or just conspiracy minds not understanding science. And when I had so much stupid comments on this one, I thought looks like it's time to do an update show again to try and explain it all. And you can see here we got 20 dislikes, so that's 20 brain dead that need to be readjusted back into the real world again. There's a few charlatans online that are very convincing. So I'll probably go over these characters and what their qualifications are. Some are really clever in the way they say they got qualifications, but they don't actually tell you what qualifications it's got. You can have a PhD in basket making and claim to be a scientist online, and people believe you. So yeah, what was some of the comments I got here? I watched with an open mind, expecting to see definite refutation of Mr. Dubay's assertions. Okay, so I'll go over all those. All things considered, your evidence is not convincing as his. Well, he wrote books and books and lots of videos and eventually got banned off YouTube, didn't he, for fake news. So I wasted a lot of time trying to affirm your personal beliefs. No, I didn't. These people just make me so angry. Personal beliefs. I followed the facts in this whole episode, you idiot. I showed you real life people hanging from wires versus people claiming that there's hidden wires and wires or fishing line dangling down an international space station and they can do this sort of thing. No, it doesn't work with wires. And I proved to you that a diving 0G plane only lasts for 30 seconds, and yet they're doing experiments with water floating in mid-air for longer than 30 seconds. I've proven it to you. What's wrong with the brains out there? It's frustrating. So Dubay wrote a 200-page book on proven flat Earth, and it's all been debunked, right? Because some sort of TV scientist who's not much good anyway refused to debate him on air to give him publicity. They think that's because they chickened out and they can't do it. It's nothing to do with that at all. So what other stupidity comments we got? NASA means Hebrew and deceptive or deceiving. Well, it means it's abbreviation for National Administration, Space Administration, and all that sort of business. It's not actually a word, is it? It's an abbreviation. What does NASA actually mean? I always get it mixed up. Space Administration, National, is it? NASA meaning National Aeronautics and Space Administration. There you go. That's what it means. It doesn't mean Hebrew or anything. Okay, so what was the other stupid comment? No astronaut will swear on Bible he went to the moon. I'm not sure where that information comes from. I'm pretty sure was it Buzz Aldrin punched someone in the nose when they asked a stupid question? Is that the way they got the video clip from? All the videos and pictures of astronauts doing the devil's doubled hand signs. See, this is the kind of mentality we're dealing with. Double hand signs, what the fingers to you idiots. Look up the clear night sky and you'll see an odd light move. Wow, an odd light. You mean like a iridium satellite, communication satellite? Or are you talking about asteroids? Or are you talking about comets? Or what? The odd light in the sky. The moon, perhaps. Yes, I'm debunking people that are stupid. And if you're stupid, you don't belong here. NASA has lost all the original moon landing tapes. Have they now? Well, how come I can find it all online? You mean maybe they archived it digitally and then the tapes slowly degraded? Is that what you mean? So what does he mean by lost all the original footage? So where does he get that information from? I bet that's porkers, right? Looks like I've got too many tabs here again. Right. Did NASA lose all original tapes? I'm not sure even where that comes from. Moonwalks converted video signals broadcast live. They lost the pillow tape, the Apollo 11 tapes. Is that what we're talking about? Intense search for archive and records concluded that most likely scenario was the program managers determined there was no longer, which is exactly the same as BBC used to do. Because tapes were expensive back then for TV. But they still got all the original camera footage and all that. So what tapes are they talking about? The live broadcast? Search but could not locate the original Apollo data tapes. Alright, data tapes. So it's just data tapes they're talking about here. Original recorded data transmitted from the moon. Intense search program determined there was no longer a need to keep the tapes since the video and data were recorded elsewhere. Yes. So why keep the original tapes, which is old format, when you got digital now? Takes up less space. all the original tapes would have been probably miles long, you know, of space, and then you got to keep it in a air-conditioned room, and they still only last so long. Let's see, I've been over that before. Of course, are the tapes magnetic? Are they vinyl? Are they cello? What do you call it? The other type of plastic, celluloid. What is it called? How long do magnetic tapes last? Okay. For life expectancy, what do tapes last? 10 to 20 years. So the space was 1969, I think. Unless you kept backups of the original ones would have degraded. So let's see, how long do... And that would be same with VHS tapes. Film. What is it called? Cellulose or something. What's it called? Cellulose. No, it's not coming up. No, cassette tape. No. 10 to 20 years when. No, that one. Videotapes. No. 25 years. And degrade 10 to 20% over 25 years if you hold them at home. That's talking about magnetic tapes again. Scott Siltoid, yeah, that's the word I was looking for. Toid. I know there's a whole bunch of problems with all sorts of tapes, and there's even problems with even DVDs, right? They do rot. I bought some early DVDs that had really bad glue in them, where they have like double layers, and the laser beams reflect through one layer and reflects off the other layer through using different frequency of laser light. So yeah, that's why they can get more data on those, and they degraded after about 6 months. In fact, I even checked all my DVDs that I've got in cases to see if any of them have degraded even any further in 20 years that I've had them. But yeah, all these things have a lifespan, so obviously, even when you back them up, you got to keep backing them up elsewhere on multiple storage units. Like hard drives, I think I've got like 3 backups on multiple drives, right? You always find 2 of them die, and the last one's the savior. Then you get replacement drives and you copy it back onto the other ones. So yeah. So magnetic tapes are talking about there again. The old-fashioned cameras they had back then, but they're still quite big. The professional ones, they used to cost like a price of a house. I had a friend from school that became a cameraman, and literally he had to mortgage his house to buy his first high-quality TV camera, which was like $200,000. So it's talking about temperature here of oxide tapes. So that's temperature changes lifespan quite drastically. You can see how they store it in these big warehouses with air conditioning. But even so, we got this type of ones. Does it even say what they are there? London. $35mm. Does it say how long they last? Okay, have a lifespan of over 500 years. So what is that? If they're stored correctly, I guess. Black and white film. Still, 500 years is still limited, right? So they'd have to still keep backing them up onto other formats. And yeah, they take up a lot of space. This is the whole problem, BBC was like this. And they just couldn't keep storing it all, so they had to reuse some of this stuff as well, the old tapes, because it was expensive. That's why you got lost episodes of Dad's Army and stuff like that. And they reclaimed some of them because there was pirates even back in those days. No, not pirates. And so they recovered a couple of episodes of them. Someone had duplicated it somehow. No matter what format you got, people will still pirate it. That was meant to be on full screen either, but yeah, what are we saying down here? So I would assume like they said in the article, that they destroyed it after copying it to a smaller format and higher quality, obviously, if it's digital rather than analog. If you go to a spot with a low log pollution and know where to look, you can actually see some of the bigger satellites. You can actually track. Yep, you can see it from the ground, I know. But these people still think it's not there. They seem to have lots of explanations to explain why they can see it from the ground. Like it's only like 10,000 feet up or something, It's not actually in space, it's actually inside the dome, of a flat Earth. But this is the sort of mentality we're dealing with, though. So it's going to be interesting, like I said, to these people. What are you going to say when Virgin's actually got tourists in space? Are you going to say they're all part of the conspiracy as well? Will you save up for a ticket and go up there with your own camera? So yeah, I don't think you're ever going to beat the minds of some of these people. Dubay challenges any bull earther to prove a bull earth has 200 proofs are enough for me. He challenged Neil deGrasse Tyson, but he has refused many times. Yeah, because he doesn't want to give him publicity, not because he can't debunk him. And he knows it's a waste of time. Conspiracy minds are stuck in the rabbit hole. They're not able to stand in the middle and look at it with fresh eyes, which you need in this field, especially in ufology. All the world's space engines have a serpent. Oh no, a serpent tongue, which is actually just the contrails of the rocket. Upside down V. Really, guys, you know, you see every space flight go up now, it creates a V-shaped contrail. Why do you think they have that shape? Because it's related to rocket launches. So, yeah, it's just frustrating. Very weak, someone says. Very weak. Crazy people. You're the weak minds. Dangerous minds, in fact. They probably don't even have their jab, you know, because they believe all the conspiracy online. So it is fake twat, you see all the lies, but want to believe in their space lies. The International Space Station is false, as the moon landings. There are far more evidence to show it's a hoax. Yeah, well, start showing me and we'll debunk them one by one if you want. Man, no disrespect, pal. I too, not so long ago, believed in all NASA claptrap and garbage until we watched Secure Team. Freedom of belief and thoughts. Hope it's not too long before you come and join us on the flat earth. That's probably Dubay with a fake account. No one can be that stupid, I don't think. And Dorset. People should go easy on Trekkies. So, what's that mean? Is it the generation said? You got to remember, a lot of those Trekkies were scientists and actually invented the stuff they use today, including mobile phones. A lot of the mobile phone idea was actually in Star Trek. You know, the little bip, 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 whatever they call it, communicator. And of course they go out and scientists and they want to duplicate that. It started off with the first cell phones. You'd be surprised how many of the scientists were Trekkies that developed all that. And attacking him helps no one. The guy is blind to the truth. Okay, Paul, I'm hoping you can answer these questions because I'm sincerely asking. Okay, if we accept that we went to the moon in the 1960s, and correct me if I'm wrong here, but they flew their rocket to the moon, and then they used the lunar lander to go to the surface of the moon, and then back to their rocket. Yes, then they flew their rocket back to Earth. My question is, what fuel exactly did they use to get all the way back to the Earth? Well, it was obviously all calculated and still in the tanks. Hydrogen mixed in with oxygen. That's the fuel. Now, they had a certain amount of extra in the lunar lander. As you know, you've heard the story that he had to navigate a boulder field because they didn't see it on the satellite images, right? Because they had a satellite in orbit, lunar, what they call it, lunar probes, to map the terrain to see where the best land site would be. And yeah, he said they were lucky, you know, that he kept it going longer coming down over the boulder field, and eventually they saw a place to land and he went for it. And with just enough fuel left in the lunar module, because the lunar module then blasts off, right? Leaves the heavy landing gear behind and all the rover which they took down with them. I suppose it was folded up like a bed on a spring. And they left cameras there to film it launching off and dishes to transmit data back to Earth and all that sort of stuff. And it's still there today. So we'll go over that in a minute. If you pull the pics of the Earth taken from the Moon, well, there was one, I believe, on NASA's own site. Alter the brightness and contrast, and you can really clearly see the Earth was cut and pasted. Okay, I'll be going over that too. During the moon landing, Nixon made a call to the astronauts live on TV. Yes, there's a 3-second delay from 1.5 second delay each way to the moon and back. So you'd say hello, and then there'd be a short delay. You wouldn't notice it probably as it's transmitted to the moon, and they answer back hello, and then 3 seconds later they get the hello on the TV. Because radio signals travel at the speed of light. During the first moon landing Nixon made, they got some strange thinking here. Phones were connected via cable, there were no satellites. So they patched the phone through to a satellite, especially for the phone call. Not too hard really, is it? We got satellite phones now that does it all directly to satellite. But here on Earth, they had dishes on this, obviously, the lunar module, and that was calibrated to line up with ones on Earth, and they just aimed a dish at the space station, not space station, spaceship, and it would receive this radio signal from Earth. How do you think they got the TV pictures when they were live landing? Any other stupid ones here? If they can make blockbusters, they can fake it. Unfortunately, there was a lot of errors in the blockbusters. You may have noticed all the errors. Unless you're wrapped up in the drama. Sure, it's getting better and better. But you see a lot of errors in a lot of space movies, right? One, you'll see them with artificial gravity, and they're on the wrong side of where the spinning wheel is. Like, what were some of the latest ones? Sci-fi's on TV, but you'll know ones I'm talking about. Where they got the rotating wheels on the spaceship going across interstellar space. You see how they swing away from the window. They're actually on the wrong side because the gravity is actually on the outer side edge, not the inside edge where they're standing looking through the window. Excuse me, there's that nasty tickle in the throat again. So someone calls me that W word there. Anyway, there's a few comments there. Crazy people. It's a fairly good episode though. I thought it was pretty concise on it. So yeah. Of course the International Space Station is real. And I'm not sure why that Dubay guy has not been arrested. Because obviously he made a lot of money out of these gullible people that bought his book. Shouldn't even be in print. What's that not working? have to readjust my monitor here. Okay, new photos reveal Apollo 11 at first moon landing site. Of course, this comes from the Chinese who went there. And there's landing sites, including the shadow. Not much to look at. But I think they got some better images now. They were asked not to take the rover too close to it and destroy the site, which I think they complied, but they got some faraway shots of it. So this was back in 2009. There's probably some newer pictures out since then. Lunar landing, and the shadow can be seen in view. Yep, that's quite a long shadow too, isn't it? So you should be able to verify that crater there from the TV footage. Story was updated 2:45 p.m. when? To what, today? For stubborn folks who still believe the Apollo astronauts never landed on the moon, NASA has new images, definite proof. That clearly shows the Apollo 11 lander that carried the first astronauts to the lunar surface 40 years ago. The images taken by NASA's first lunar scout in more than a decade, Lunar Reconnaissance (LRO), show the Eagle's lunar lander. So this is still old footage then, it's not even the Chinese one. The image does not reveal whether the US flag planted there is still standing. The Indian and Japanese missions have also snapped images of the Apollo 11 site, but they don't have the high resolution of LRO's images. Not from that height. But I'm pretty sure they did with the rover though, didn't they? Apollo 11 landing site wasn't the only one that the LRO camera, dubbed LROC, photographed. It also snapped pictures of the landing sites of other 5 Apollo landings. Of course, it's fantastic to see the hardware lying on the surface, exactly as we expect it to be. An image of these sites are expected to show scientists how the sites have changed since the astronauts trod. So, not sure if there's more images out there since. Bound to be, I'd say. What's these click links? Can't reach. Well, I have a click link to a dead site. So yeah, I'm sure I've seen better images than that though, where you can actually see the moon rover tracks. So let's see if we can find it. Rover tracks. Apollo. Here we go. Okay, they got pointing out here, so let's have a look at that one. New images, sharper view. Okay, let's find out who took them. Okay, we can see the rover tracks. Astronaut footprints. Oh, right, footprints, not rover tracks. Rover buggy. There you go. Oh yeah, tire tracks. Where's it from? Alright, it's from the LORLO still. So that newspaper didn't have the best ones, obviously. Still not terribly great, isn't it? But yeah, you can see there's definitely tracks there and debris on the moon. Surveyor 3 craft, astronaut footprint, surveyor crater. Astronaut footprints, footpath. I mean. What else we got? Terry's descent, whatever that is. It's 3 times enlarged. I would have thought we got some better ones than that. That's 2010. But still, it proves that they were there. Here we go. What's that one? Moon Museum. See all 6 Apollo mission landing sites. I think these can be found on Google Earth, actually. Mountain range. And you can say, why can't they get better pictures than that? Well, they're in orbit around the moon. And CCD or CCD technology is pretty old now. And you need like a huge lens and aperture to be able to capture stuff right down to the ground there. And people said, oh, why can't you use the Hubble? Well, when you do the calculations of the lens size, it's still not big enough. It has to be 5 football stadiums wide to be able to film down to 1,000 feet, was it? But anyway, we've been through all that calculations before, and we could probably re-look it up. And that looks like rover tracks there, enhanced. Why does the lunar lander not leave tracks? Okay, let's have a look at Debunked. Well, they do. You just got to look for it. Hey, so there's the lunar rover, or whatever you want to call it. And we just saw those tracks from the satellite photographs. And here's them putting it up. They took a lot of photographs. Man, that's a long one. And still there's people not convinced. I'm not convinced. No. It was all one stage. No, it wasn't. Okay, so it's all pretty much the same stuff. Let's go back. Scott's back with us. Don't get me started on the domes. I've heard they have a ball, a balloon off it to make it look like the internationals. The dome, flat Earth. Yeah, we're just going to get into some of that now. But yeah, I just thought I'd go with the photographs first. Which you notice a lot of the flat earthers and all that won't bring up, right? See, even when you look up at the sky at night, even the curvature of the Earth itself is cast onto the moon. The edge of the Earth, and you can see it's curved, right? So they're going to say it's a disk. Yeah, but shouldn't the moon be at the top of the dome? So you're saying it's like a half dome, half a globe. Because it's got to be a disk that way too. Anyway, let's just carry on. I'll post I should have posted the other link. This one's not terribly great because I'm having all the photographs. So I was going to post the photograph link. But you can just do what I did, just search on it. Search on rover tracks on the moon. Apollo 11 moon landing, fact or fiction? And then we've got a couple of pages here. See, this is also what you can see on your telescopes, right? You can start to see these craters curving around like this on the surface of a ball. Why would the moon be a ball and not the Earth? Right? And why does it form a ball? It's fairly obvious. It's all to do with gravity, you know. So when you got let's get some drawings up. When you got a load of atoms like that, which are also spheres because they've fired micro electrons at them, and watch where all the electrons scatter, and it forms a sphere. So they know that atoms, the core of it is a sphere. But when you got a load of atoms, right, there's a thing called gravity that sucks them together, you know. They all seem to head towards each other and sort of cling together like magnets. Now, you could say, but we're not sort of stuck to the ground, but we are. We're attracted to the Earth in gravity fields. But we got muscles that are stronger to pull away from that gravity, right? And we can jump up and release balloons, which also have... because gravity is really weak in comparison to other forces that can break away. You know, obviously that's why we get rockets into space. But yeah, one of the claims for flat Earth was I'll just draw a bigger one. You know, you got the Earth that's spinning around at 1,000 miles per hour, isn't it? 900, is it? Let's see. Let's just look it up, just to be factual. Earth spins at what speed? Roughly 1,000 miles per hour. That's what I said, wasn't it? Yeah, and Earth rotates around the sun. Speed at 60,000 miles per hour. And it's 514,000 miles on the edge of the spiral arm. And we don't even notice it because we got the same inertia speed, right? Why don't we feel Let's see. It's probably bound to come up. The spinning Earth is spinning. Here we are. Let's see what it says. Earth moves very fast. We know that. We do not feel any of this motion because these speeds are constant. So it's like when you go in a car, once you're up to 100 miles per hour on the road, you don't feel the acceleration. You know, you're quite happily sitting there, moving along with the same speed of the car. And it's all relative, right? But if that car suddenly stopped, you're going to feel a few G-forces. And if you don't have a seatbelt on, you're more likely to be thrown through the window. And probably, 20 meters in front of the car or something. You've probably seen the videos where they simulate with dummies, right? So it's the same thing. So we're sitting in a car. We're quite happily once we're accelerated. Now, if the Earth started accelerating, we would feel it probably. We'd be pushed against the wall of the house or something like that. So that's another thing. If the Earth suddenly stopped spinning, what would happen? It would be complete disaster because we would be flung pretty much into the mountainside or the house next door. You'd be smashing into the bricks and you'd be sort of puree. So it's just the same as a crashing car, right? It's even possible that you could be flown out into space. So whether the Earth will ever stop spinning suddenly, I don't know. I suppose it's possible if you have a big enough counterweight come into the solar system called an asteroid that hits it on the other side where it's spinning and stops it. Yeah, that would be kind of scary. But what they're saying is, why doesn't the water run off it? It's one of the stupid arguments I've ever heard. So you got the water. So here we're going to draw water on it. So they're saying all the seas, right, here on the globe, just say that's the sea. And why doesn't it sort of just drip off? Well, gravity. You got to remember, gravity's acting a force to the center of the Earth, right? It's heading that way because that's where the massive atoms are. It's always pulling down towards the Earth. So all these water molecules are all being pulled down to this gravity of the Earth, and they only move around because of wind speed, because this is spinning around here. The sun heats up the oceans, causes evaporation, and you got the moon also going around, which does a tug on the water molecules and creates the waves and tides. And you got all these factors playing a role, and it's trying to pull the water away from the gravity, and then it loses its obviously pull. Same with the air speed. Obviously, some of it's going to evaporate and then come back down and rain. So yeah, it's kind of stupid arguments I've ever heard. And the other one, when a person jumps up in the air, you know, why doesn't the house go fly underneath him? Well, because they're travelling at the same speed again, you know. These are some of the silly arguments from Flat Earth. They're just so easy to debunk. It's not so stupid. So yeah, this bicycle, if that was moved upwards from the ground, and the ground's moving at 1,000 miles per hour, why doesn't the building that's next door crash into the side of it? That's because the bike's still got the speed of 1,000 miles per hour as well. It doesn't suddenly lose the speed. It's got to have a counter force on it to go back that way, right? Have we got a house? Oh, that will do. Yeah, there's the house. But yeah, I thought it would be common sense, you know. And Newton's laws of motion, object keeps moving unless there's another counterforce opposing it. What's the terminology for it? Basic physics laws, Newton's laws of motion. Is that what it's called? It's been a long time since I've been to school to do these laws of motion. Normally had first law. Okay, yep. Newton's first law states that if a body is at rest or moving at a constant speed in a straight line, it will remain at rest or keep moving in a straight line at constant speed, unless it's acted upon by a force. So that's if you jump your bike up into the air, it would keep on going up in the air, but there is a force called gravity that brings it back down. So all the energy you put into jumping that BMX bike upwards is going to be dragged down by gravity slowly. What's the second law? First law still, is it? Second law is a quantitative description of the changes that force can produce on the motion of a body. It states that the time rate of change of momentum, of a body is equal to both magnitude and direction to the force imposed on it. The momentum of a body is equal to the product of the mass and its velocity. Momentum, like velocity, is a vector quantity, both having magnitude and direction. It's amazing that scientists would even come up with this, but obviously they wanted to put it down to mathematics. And which come in handy for the military when they were firing projectiles, right? All these equations then started being needed. And also travelling across the seas from one country to another. But yeah, was there a third one? First, did he have a third one? I can't remember. First, second, third law. Yeah, he had a third one. Third law states that when two bodies interact, they apply forces to one another that are equal in magnitude and opposite in direction. In other words, two cars crashing together. That's pretty basic stuff, really. Anyway, the other one is the moon, the shadows on the moon. That's another one that also sort of stupid, really. So if you imagine a ground, it's not going to be all level, and the angles on the ground do slight changes to the shadows, obviously. So person standing here, shadow will be more straight, but a person standing here, the shadow is going to look like it's on an angle because of the slope of the ground. You can see that on Google Earth pictures, where they got mountains and stuff. How do we do that one? Shadows on Earth. So obviously the shadows on the moon are going to be similar. Let's see if we can find somewhere. Probably Antarctica will probably be the best place. Oh yeah, I've got a few more add-ons on my Earth which I'm going to use on another live show for meteorite impacts and stuff. I managed to find some stuff. But yeah, okay, can we see anywhere where it's going to be bright enough? Okay, let's see. Here somewhere. Okay, so let's see if we can find any shadows that are not lining up. It's not very bright. Yeah. Okay. Why is it doing that? Can we see any shadows? Not really. Yeah, maybe it's a good location. Why is it going green? Must be something I've added on. There would be a good place. Looks like it's really mountainous. Where's the flat plain here? Yeah, not liking this. Just not getting what I want. When you're looking for a good one for reference, you can never find it. It's almost like they've erased the shadows on Google Earth now, which is possible. They get enough images now. Yeah, it's not no good ones. Unless I need to go down lower. It's all blurry, damn it. I suppose we're going to have to go somewhere closer to cities. That's a strange colour. Whereabouts are we? Middle East, sand. What's that? No. Well, we got any shadows? Let's see. We've got some boulders. Where's the shadows though? There's no shadows. That's strange. Can start to see some here. It's not very good. Nah, I should have pre-looked. Where else can we go? Shadows. Trees on mountains would probably do it. Or some buildings, high rises. It's all blurry there. It's not a very good location. Okay, let's keep on going. Middle East is not so good. Whereabouts are we? Australia. Yeah, that's going to be sparse as well, isn't it? Okay, got something that's got a shadow. Side of a mountain. Yeah, it's blurry as hell. Yeah, I thought it would be easy. It's not. It's got to be a good location somewhere where the shadows are not all in the same direction. I think they've been doing some editing on these to get rid of the shadows, actually. They're always changing it. Yeah, that's not working to our favour at all. Let's see what we can find with Google search. What? What did that mean noise? Shadows on Earth, not parallel. Let's see, images. Alright, here's a good one. On a beach. You can see the shadows are going at different angles here. Shadows must be parallel. No, they don't have to be. I thought I could find it on Google Earth like that, but no. Harder said than done. But the problem is here we haven't got the contour of the ground. But you can see here, it looks like it's sort of... See the shadows here look like they're going this way, over here. It's because the ground here is going up on a slope, you see. It's going up on a hill, but we can't actually see that, right? It looks like it's going up here. So if you draw in the heights, rather than it being like, it looks like level ground when it's not. It changes because of the slope of the ground. It changes the angle of the shadows. And that's a pretty good example. So if it happens on Earth, it's going to happen on the moon, right? So all those people saying the moon landings were faked with studio lights. Well, there's the example. This is clearly not studio lights. Okay, the moon one coming up here. You can see the shadow of the man versus what's that shadow there? It's different directions. Again, you can see it's on a hill. See, it's going up on a hill here, which is going to change the angle of the shadows. What's that one? There's two shadows are misaligned there on Earth. Again, you can see it's going up on a hill. So the slope of the ground changes the angle of the shadows. Two people standing. What else we got? Any other ones? I think that's probably enough though. I think you get the point. There's that one again. Whatever that is, I don't know. Some antenna or stick in the ground. Again, they're talking about the shadows. I was trying to find more examples in different locations on Earth. Here's an example here of the trees. You can see that it's sort of spreading apart here. I'm not too sure if we need to look at any more, but you can see here on this photograph all the shadows are misaligned. And again you can see that entrance is going up on a slope here into a car park. It would be good to have an example where you can actually see the ground level. But yeah, I'm not seeing anything that we can use. And again, the shadows, and you can see here, it definitely looks like it's coming up on a hill here. And then going down. Anyway, it takes time to debunk all these claims, you see. It's not that easy. Hey Jerry, how's it going? It's not even worth arguing with these. I give up trying to reason with them a long time ago. Yeah, but you know, you just can't keep giving up. It's good to try and explain it with graphics and stuff, I think. Once people see an image, you know, image on Earth, image on the Moon, then they get it. Hopefully, anyway. And there's another example here, isn't it? On that one there. And again, it's on a slope. And here we go, they're trying to how to take fake photographs. I haven't looked at that one. Fake moon. Non-parallel shadows. Moon Hanks debunked. Flat Earth insanity. What do we mean? But there you go. Yeah, enough on the shadows anyway. Like I said, how long we got? We've only been in an hour. We've hardly scratched the surface. So the thing is, you know, you look at the moon and you can see the shadow always goes on an arc, right? That tells you it's on a globe, not a flat Earth. So the moon's not flat Earth, is it? The Earth is definitely round. And you can see how the edge of it, how it sort of bends around the craters. And even in that photograph, probably the shadows are changing directions. Can we see that? Not really. Like I said, a lot of this will, all the flat earth stuff will be collapsed soon, once we start getting space tourists. A lunar hoax. Between 1969-72, the Apollo program flew 6 successful missions to the moon. Let's begin. Claim 1. The pictures are backlit. Argument. The sun is only source of light, so the shadow should be completely dark. Can clearly see objects in the shadow. This requires additional light. So what they did is they did experiments with models, plastic models and stuff, and used one light source, but they used different reflective material, because the moon dust is very reflective. As you can see, it's very white. So if it's got hills and stuff, it's going to reflect light at different angles. And sure enough, they're like little spotlights then. If you've got a mound of moon dust going over here, and the sun's shining off it, it's going to reflect back at the lunar lander and the astronaut, and it's going to be like a light shining onto him. It's not necessarily going to come down on this angle, but it's going to kind of come up on various angles here, depending on how bumpy the land is and how reflected the sand stuff is. And now they did a experiment. Have they got a link here? Series of experiments. Is that the one? Probably main photo is fake. So it was done on Fox TV, and they built life-size models, right? Scaled down, of course, and they set up the same lighting as one light source, and they got the same effect. So here they put a lighter background. Instead of using black, they used grey, and the same thing happened. The astronaut is lit up. Then they put black sand down, which they did with black paper, and darker background. And sure enough, the astronaut wasn't lit up anymore. So the ground reflection, they proved there. And then there's another one here where they said you can see too much of the astronaut's stuff on the chest and stuff. So they obviously put the model on the light ground without changing the sun orientation, and sure enough, you can see there's a lot of detail there on the suit that we can see, same as the astronauts, but on the dark sand, less reflection, and it's too hard to see anything. Okay. Plus, you can't see in the visor there any other light sources. Looks like you can see the guy taking a picture there in the white suit right in the middle, and the shadow as it going this direction, and you can see the shadow of the cameraman obviously the black bit is not should be behind the cameraman. But is it? It's a bit hard to tell. Not the best quality pictures, but that's back in 1969. And what's the other one? Okay, this is what I was talking about, the rocks and the level of the ground. You can see here in this photograph, it's all over the place. You got a pile of rocks here, and the shadows are in different directions, right? On the moon, and they set it up the same here. They put a chunk of rocks here on a slope and got the same effect. Maybe not quite the same as in the picture here, slightly different angle, but pretty close. And then they got the thing that's gone past this closest to the camera to show it's on a flat surface here again, and that lines up with the lunar module. Which they can't do on the moon, obviously, because they can't recreate the moon one. So they had to do it with a model. What else they do? They did a lot of experiments to debunk it all. What's it say there? Shadows again. Going down into a crater, all changing different directions. And likewise, they did the recreation. All the shadows are going different directions. That's straight across, that's slanted down. That's because the angle has changed. And what have we got here? Rover tracks, is it? Mountain backdrop, yet the lunar module is only visible in one of them. Is it the same location? Some suggest this artificial backdrop was used when shooting two separate pictures. Examination of Apollo 15 photos clearly proves that the mountains in the background are so large and distant that they can be seen without changing their appearance from myriad points of view, with or without the limb in the foreground. Yeah, they explain it well enough here. See, that's not well explained. Have they got it further down? This one's a bit more complicated. These photos show that the known and mapped lunar mountains in question are not fake backdrop, but are real three-dimensional mountains around the astronauts. So they've sort of stitched together all the photographs to produce a terrain. You can see obviously the sun had different light in every time they took it, so they stitched together lots of images here to give a 360-degree view. Okay, oh yeah, so it's back at the back end of the module once it goes around again. And you can see the lunar tracks. Here are other views of these mountains. Yeah, but how do we explain this one? So big, they reckon. On a 4:3 camera. And that one needs to be explained better. See lunar panorama, scroll to the right showing Apollo 15. Here's another view. Yeah, I don't know if I can explain that one better. I thought they would do a better job than that. What else we got? Crosshairs were permanently etched into the lunar camera, so they would have appeared on top of everything. But in this photo, a crosshair is behind. This situation is important as it has the result of technical manipulation. Yeah, so that crosshair is behind, is it? And that one's behind as well. Optical illusion, is it? Answer: strong luminosity can wash out thin lines. So it is there, just we can't see it. Probably if we run it through some filters, maybe. And what have they done? The next example, where the white paper washes out the line. Sure enough, it's very hard to see it, but still you can sort of see it. And that's a camera artifact. Don't know if we can enhance that or change it so you can see the crosshair. Let's save it and have a play. What's happened? Is it still streaming alright? It said no data just before then. Am I being sabotaged again? Says excellent connection now. That had me a bit worried. I thought I might have been talking to myself for the last hour. Which has happened. If you don't keep an eye on things. Crosshair, let's have a look. Not the best of images, they're very small. Yep, Jerry, yep, okay. So let's just run it through color change. Maybe some of those whites can be adjusted, maybe. And it'll show up the cross, hopefully. So we've got brightness. Yeah, it's not showing up, is it? So we can wash out the lines ourselves. But we want to see if we can get them back. But I think the brightness is all the same brightness here. If it was slightly different colour than white, a different shade of white, we would see it. Alright, there is some sort of distortion here though. Still, it's not really good. And that one, yeah, it doesn't. It sort of has the black edges on it. Yeah, let's try the colour. Is there different shades of white? Probably not. It looks very bright, doesn't it? Maybe we had a better image. We're seeing more of it here though, aren't we? Let's reset that again. Yes, there's not enough variation in the whites on both of these objects. Maybe if we got some better ones. But did they even have any HD scans of it? Probably not. CPU's mucked up. Come on. Doesn't look like we can do it. Bit of a shame. You can see how blocky it is though. It's just not going to be enough data there to undo. Yeah, the CPU is mucking around too. They didn't bother investing it. And that's the last one, they debunk by the looks of it as well. See, that one we can clearly see without doing any filters on it. So let's see what photographs we can find with crosshair. And that's a photo crosshair. Let's see what they got on that one. See, this is where you got to understand exposure, camera limitations. On film as well as digital. And they got any pictures? See, they're just talking about it, but not got any pictures. That's kind of stupid. Yeah, look at that fine technology there. And what's that one? Crosshairs on a glass plate inside a Hasselblad camera. The film magazine has been removed. Alright, it's got little crosshairs. Used for most moon photographs were fixed with a glass plate, which was in direct contact with the film. Crosshairs known as fictorsals. I'm not sure how you say that. Let's get the reader on it. Where's the reader? Yeah.
Fiducials.
Fiducials. There's those stupid small pictures again. We want the big ones. Okay, is that one of them? No, they've got a line going across. Is that the recreation? That's the model, isn't it? Yeah. It's got to be recreation. Black thread is clearly visible against a correctly exposed background, but vanishes when it lies in front. Okay, we can start to see a better quality image here. So that must be, whereabouts is it? Up here. Oh yeah. Let's zoom into that one. Yeah, you can definitely see it runs right across the top. Now we've got a better quality one. So it's definitely not going behind. It's right on the edge though. Well, we want one that cuts down to here, really. Because they still won't believe it, will they? Let's drag it on here. Do we scale it up? Might as well, I suppose. And then run the curves again. So we try the brightness. Definitely can see it cutting across there. CPU. Now you can see it goes behind. Come on. Someone send me a new computer. Okay. See, it's right on the edge, isn't it? It's not the best. So there it looks like it's behind. And now it looks like it's sort of transparent. Now let's try color swap. Where is it? Stupid CPU. Now look, we've got no lines at all now. we can get rid of it. How about that? That's pretty cool. We can make it darker, lighter. It's just too close to the top. It so sucks. We need a better example still. It's right on the edge, on the top here. It's not the best. You can see the shadows again. You can see it's on a slope here. Like the shadows are not lining up. It's amazing detail they got from that photograph though. It does show it's like 4K. Because look how small it is on original. And we got this quality here. But yeah, it does look like it's sort of going over the top, even down here. That one's quite interesting. You can see it's got brighter here. Brighter along the top bit. See, that one definitely shows it cutting across, doesn't it? But it's so close to the edge, it's not the best image. Definitely cutting across, isn't it? And that one's just going on to the bottom bit. I don't know if there's any other images we've got that we can pull from here. We'll see if we've got some other ones. Happened. He's made a demo, he reckons. Yeah, what's he doing? Oh. Yeah, you can see they're over top. There's one here. It's definitely over top of the rocks. That one we just looked at. That's the worst one, really. Oh yeah, you can see it's over top, that one. Yep, it's definitely over top. Then it fades. Yeah, it's definitely over the top. Yeah, okay, it's all over top. Enough of crosshairs. So that was the best debunks they come up with for not being on the moon. Crazy. Okay, on the next one. See great space photography at the Insight Investment. Photographer of the Year. What the hell? We find ourselves awashed in the ocean of information online. National Space Center Discovery Director Professor Manu Oga. So you say that? Oga. Said during recent lecture at the Royal Museum, Greenwich. There has been more data produced in the last 2 years than in the whole of human history. Really? I suppose that would be true. Information ocean is getting more turbulent every single day. The only tools we have to navigate through this maelstrom, the critical thinking skills, which is really lacking today, that we are trying to develop in people as scientists. Yep. How can science help to debunk moon landing conspiracy theories? Conspiracy theory number 1, shadows. Now we've been through all that. So this one we're just going through. Take a look at the image below and at the full panorama on the NASA website. Look closely at the shadows cast by astronaut Neil Armstrong and another object just off the shot. Yeah, that one. They're not parallel. The image has been taken as proof by conspiracy theories the moon landings were faked. Surely if the sun was the only light source, then shadows should be parallel. Well, they're not even on Earth, as we've seen in photographs. Doesn't this prove that the whole scene was mocked up? This is on the surface of the moon, but we can reproduce this effect anytime we want to on Earth. We have all seen the phenomenon yourself, where because of perspective, parallel lines appear to be non-parallel if you're trying to reduce on a 2D-dimensional plane a 3-dimensional situation. Otherwise, you got height and slope. You can make lines do all sorts of weird things. Go outside when the sun is low in the sky and see this effect yourself, just like the images from Apollo 11. The shadows will not be parallel. Go outside. No, I don't want to. Theory 2. Apollo astronauts could not have survived Earth's radiation field. Earth is surrounded by a zone of charged particles known as the Van Allen radiation belt. These are regions surrounding the Earth in our magnetic field where high energy trapped particles from the sun tend to get confined. What that means is if you are going into the regions there are extremely high radiation concerns. But as we know, humans can actually survive longer radiation than was first thought by a factor of 10. So instead of it being 10, we can withstand 100 before it causes problems. They found that with the Russian nuclear disaster, that animals were thriving there. And the background radiation wasn't big enough to be a problem. In fact, they found higher background radiation, people have less tumours because it activates their immune system better. The T cells detect cancerous cells more. In that case, how did the Apollo astronauts travel through the Van Allen belt radiation belt and out of Earth's orbit unharmed? Surely the amount of radiation would have killed them. Doesn't this prove the moon landings were a hoax? So what's this guy got to say? Professor Oja has a killer reply. And the answer is that firewalking. If you ever done firewalking, you know that the one thing you don't do is linger around in the middle of the fire pit. You cross it quickly as you can. From a science point of view, as long as you walk across quite quickly, looking at the thermal conductivity of your feet, you're not going to have enough thermal energy going into the soles of your feet to burn you. You're absolutely fine. Just don't hang around. In a similar way, transit time through the Van Allen belt radiation belt right at the beginning of the Apollo voyages was incredibly short. Travelling through the Van Allen belt, if you're going through fast enough, which you need to be if you're going to the moon, is no problem whatsoever. Plus, if they put shielding around the ship and fill it up with water they use for absorption of radiation, right? If you go to the bottom of the sea, you're not going to get solar radiation down there because the radiation, most of it interacts with the atoms of water. And of course they use that for shielding as well as lead. Using water to shield radiation. Mars trip to use astronaut poo as radiation shield. There you go. 2013. I think that just means wastewater, is it? Can water be used as a radiation shield? Water is an excellent shield against alpha, beta, and neutron radiation. It is a fairly good against gamma and X-ray too. There you go. So yeah, normally astronauts have water around their suit as well, which acts as a radiation absorbent as well as a coolant. Does water stop radiation in space? Water and organic waste offer great potential for use for personal shielding. So, poo, there you go. For their elementary composition of lighter elements, they offer higher electronic stopping power for incoming radiation at equal mass. Just shows what kind of experiments these people do. So designing the ship is really crucial, you know, where you put your water tanks, where the radiation is mostly going to come from, the left side of the ship and all that sort of stuff. What materials can block space radiation? The most penetrating ionization gamma rays and galactic cosmic rays can pass through aluminium, but it can be stopped by thick and dense materials such as cement. So there's another possibility. A layer of cement. That's going to weigh a bit though, isn't it? The radiations challenge. Now it looks like they've done a study on it. 28 pages. No, I don't really want to read it though. Obviously they have all these little seminars and presentations to people, don't they? Alpha, beta, gamma. Yeah, so it looks like they're studying it. What's that meant to be? Lymphmas stem cell. So they're looking at cell damage. What's that one? Eyes a bit blurry. Type of person, astronaut, organs, eye, skin. I remember one of the astronauts talked about seeing fairy lights flashing and blinking at the space door. That was because radiation was entering his eye, and he was seeing it as, well, into his brain, I should say. Maybe his optic nerve as well. So you're seeing flashes of light. Protecting yourself from radiation. Water could shield Mars-bound astronauts. Because you need to take a lot of water with you, wouldn't you? Unless you find frozen one where you're going to land there on Mars, you need to thaw it out. Then you would have to filter it. Anyway, of course you got lead. Materials used to shield radiation. Let's see if we got a list. This is why lead, aprons and blankets are the most effective shielding material to fight off X-rays and gamma ray. I think that's followed by water, actually. Shield against gamma. So here's a list. Iron, tungsten, lead, concrete and silica like cement. Where's water? They haven't got water there. Maybe that's next. So water would be what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the list. 3 different types of radiation is shielding. Anyway, they also found Humans can withstand more radiation than expected. Oh, that'll do. Let's see. Can humans survive 500 R? Why space radiation matters. Not sure if I'm going to find the information straight off, but I know they have done some research on it, and we're surprised to have to change their radiation levels. Not sure what it's called though. I think it was on a BBC documentary. What was it called? Now, you might better find it. It's an old one. Yeah, I just can't remember the title of it. But it was on BBC. There was on a BBC documentary. Radiation levels, human changes. I don't know. Radiation levels are harmful to humans. $10 GY. What's that? Gamma will kill within 60 days. Well, 4 to 5 GY to cause death. Okay, let's have a look. Which radiation is harmful? There will be a test at the end of the show. Pay attention. Okay. I tell you, it's just a lot of reading in science. This way, no one can be an expert on everything, right? Everybody has to have their own little field of research. So radiation comes down to how much it is and how much time. So less radiation means you can spend more time, obviously. Or you can actually withstand a really high dose of radiation in a short time. And that's what the guy was saying when the ship was passing through the radiation belt. Basically what they were saying on that thing, but there's too much reading in that one for us. So it's going to take too long, so we're going to drag it out. Anyway, time to move on again. Next one, conspiracy. Why are there no stars and pictures of NASA moon landings? Here's another moon landing photo which has caught conspiracy theories. So let's grab it. Let's see what we can do with it. Again, it comes down to understanding camera technology, especially back then. Glass plates that they process it on. And basically limitation of photographs. And exposure rates. Okay. 1280. So you reckon we're going to see any stars or not if we change the filter? Do we do a poll on the side? So that's the last filter we used. Let's start with brightness. Guess what we're seeing? Looks like it's been scanned in. See that? Where did they get the picture from? You can see they've got these little blocks. So that's probably not original. But it looks like there's a star there. But yeah, brightness didn't work too well. And we're starting to see those square patterns. And we can see the crosshair. Crosshair. And it's definitely on top of the picture here. And we didn't see those before. Let's see that there. Until we change the filters and things. Come on, stupid CPU. Keep up with me. Now you can start to see the crosshair. Let's wait for the CPU to catch up. Now we can see the crosshairs. Color. Let's see, RGB. Starting to see the crosshairs. Yeah, it's not till we get these little square blocks that we're starting to see maybe some stars in the background. Look. Stupid CBA. Come on. Let's see what else we got. Try that. Yeah, stars on this side here. We're starting to see that strange pattern. So we need to find a NASA photograph, really. Let's say that looks like a building. Defeats the point. Let's see. Let's just keep looking for a better photograph. So it's to do with exposure time, as you know. Stars are very faint. So you have to leave the shutter open still on a tripod to collect more of the photons from distant stars before they start showing up. So yeah, that photograph I don't think is original. So let's see what else we can find. NASA archive photos. NASA image library. Camera data. And of course they're going to have lots, aren't they? Going to be lots in here. So we're going to have to narrow it down. Videos, images. No, we don't want videos. Audio, no. Pilo. $11. There we go. And it's too new. That's no good. Narrow the year. 1969, is it? Can't quite get it. Get 68. 69. Update. Okay. Here we go. Can we save them? That's one of the Earth. Should be some stars around it. Is that the one that's saying is a fake or something? Download large. Yeah, bigger the better. What's it doing? It should be downloading. Alright. Well, there's certainly no stars in that one, so let's save it. And see what we get. Still working. No strange errors over there. Okay, so it's very similar to this one. So we've got a Earth in it. And we'll see if we get that funny pattern again. Okay. We're not getting a funny pattern. So that's the difference. So I think the other one was the second-hand one. Okay, can we get any stars at all? Sometimes we can, sometimes we can't. Maybe we need to zoom in more. There we go. Okay, looks like some noise rather than stars, doesn't it? Little dots at the edge, then around here. That's kind of strange. So there's definitely some sort of halo effect happening here. And there's something at the top of the photograph. It's definitely not been airbrushed. So you can see it's a light being reflected off Earth. See that halo effect? Now the other noise up here, could it be space dust reflecting? But as you can see, it's really hard to see any stars. And it would help if I had a faster computer here. But yep, we can't seem to pin any faint stars on that one. But there is definitely light being scattered here. I'd say that'd be dust, really fine dust in the air. Let's try that one. And there it is. And there's that noise up there. But yeah, can we see any stars? No. With that extreme filter, you expect to see like a little black dot, I'd say, but no. Let's see if we can try another photograph then. But you can see definitely it's a real photograph here. Just the way the light's reflecting off whatever that dust is in the air here. And you can see here that definitely the ground hasn't been mucked around with. And they certainly haven't airbrushed out that noise up here. So, have we got any other ones that we can look at? It's gone back there, is it? Alright. Okay, we got some close up one. Oh, here's the one where it's gone below the horizon. One further up, newer picture. View from Earth. Taken by Apollo 11 crew member from the spacecraft. Do we go for that one? That excludes the moon then. Original. That's what we want. Original. You can see it's 4:3 here. Save image. And somehow I think I'm going to run out of time today. I've got so much stuff to cover. Okay, so I want that one. And we probably need to shut down some of these. And so that one's a second-hand image. Probably the square blocks like it's been reprocessed, and they've changed the compression ratio. So it's ended up with little square blocks. Probably a JPEG or something. Don't save. And this one, definitely we don't get that. And this one, let's see what happens. Using the same filters as the last one. And you can see here the Earth is a globe. You got the curvature thing from the moon. But it's funny how a bit in darkness here we can't see. See, it's totally in darkness. So we should be able to at least get a hint of it, you would think. So we can't see the other side of the Earth. We're unlikely to see stars. Okay, now we're starting to get something then. Okay, we've got some stars here, I think. You can see the extreme you have to go to try and bring it out. But we still can't see the other side of the planet. There are little dots here around, I think. Although I think my screen needs clean here. Yeah. Need to change black into other colours really. We're going to go the other way. Which one's black? And then white. There's a white dot. White dot, they look like stars, don't they? White dot there. But yeah, it's funny how we can't see the other, even a hint of it. Of the rest of the Earth there. Now that tells me these blacks are all very similar in that case. Because you can see it's all blended into the same colour. So all those blacks are almost the same. And we can't sort of colour swap it out. So let's grab another picture. Since we started it. Yeah, there was another one. Look promising. Maybe this one here. What's that one there? That one looks interesting. Let's grab that one. So that's, what is it, lunar module? Coming up to the capsule that's orbiting. So that's then blasted off or going down, I'm not too sure. Is that the top half and the bottom half together? No, that's it coming back. It's less of it down here, isn't it? Original. Problem is we've got it going through a window as well. So that means we can get reflections off window. But yeah, we'll just have a look. Okay, so that one's definitely got a lot of variation in it, but is that because it's reflecting off the glass? That one almost looks like it's cut out, doesn't it? If we amp it up here, it looks like a square block around it. So yeah, you didn't see that in the darkness, did you? But yeah, I think that's because it's reflecting off the glass, right? There's the module, we don't see it anymore. So it's going through glass. So again, we can't see any stars, or if we could, we certainly be able to see it through a distortion of the glass, which I thought would be the problem. And that's on maximum filters that we've got here. We'd have to play around with it. Okay, so we've got light. It's getting less and less as going further away. So what's this here? So let's reset that. And we can't see that in the picture, right? So we can't see that little peak coming up. So what is it? Reflection in the window, maybe, of the person taking the picture. Let's see, can we get it with brightness? Nope, it's not showing up as a shadow. Okay, are we getting any stars? Possibly. There's a speck there. Or was that just on my screen? Oh, that's on my screen. Maybe if we zoom in further. Let's save that. Zoom in. Now we're starting to see grain, are we? There we go. Again, we can't see the other half of the world. And the sun's obviously coming straight down. Can we see any stars? Are they still too faint? Okay, we're starting to see that it's blended into the blackness here. The light's gradually fading. Yes, it's quite interesting how we don't see the rest of the world, but it does look like it's sort of reflecting off something down here. Could be stars here. Keep zooming in. So you can start to see the pixels now. Now there was something in the picture that seemed to be up here. Oh, I want to go that direction. So yeah, there could be some stars here. But yes, you can see it's really hard to see them. Okay, zoom to window. Let's play around the colours again. So there was something here. What's going on? Why is it not working? So what's happened? Select all. Yeah, it's working. Some sort of smudge coming up here. Could that be a layer of dust in the atmosphere of the moon? Kind of looks like it, doesn't it? It's like reflecting the same sort of light quality from the Earth here. See, it's got the same sort of thing around it. Okay, so can we see any stars? Possibly. How much of that is noise, reflection off the window? So yeah, that kind of looks like it's not a structure. It kind of looks like it's some sort of light reflection. You can see how transparent it is there, and it's the same sort of color density as what's going around the Earth there. So does it mean that they have like little dust storms on the moon? Goes up a fair distance around the surface. Don't think it's a reflection of him taking the photograph. No. It definitely looks like it's on the moon's surface here. So if we go back to the original again, we won't see it. Right, we did apply luminosity, didn't we? Was that the original? There we go. Yes, amazing how you can't see that dust that goes up here, then around here. Just blends in with the blackness. And you can't see stars. But you can with extreme filters. So yeah, we could spend all day looking at all the different pictures and doing that. It is interesting, but yeah, I think we need to keep on moving. What have we got on here? Yeah, I'll just try and get you in view. Hey Dan, how's it going? I actually saw the internet during the total solar eclipse, did you? Oregon, and it was really awesome. Yeah, would have been. Did you see the shape of it? Like the solar panels? Did you see it with binoculars, did you? Great show, Paul. See you next time. He says that all the time, though. Like I said, we could always find stuff to do here. If we went through all the NASA photographs and seen if there's any airbrushing. But did you see any airbrushing in those ones? Nah. No airbrushing, apart from the very first one, which had the little square blocks, which was obviously where it was recompressed as a JPEG and then resaved again, and of course then changes the compression again, and it gradually creates those artificial blocks. But yeah, if you want to go through all the images, I'll post a link down the side. You can get paint.net and install the Curve Plus add-on pack and have a fun looking at stuff. Maybe we'll just keep that there for the time being. We never know. Might need to look at some other images. Okay, what was the next thing here? If the image was really taken on the moon, shouldn't the sky be filled with stars? After all, there's no atmosphere to distort the image, no clouds to interrupt the glorious view. Conspiracies argue that the lack of stars in Apollo 11 mission photographs prove that the event was staged. NASA could not have faked the full wonder of the lunar sky, and so they simply choose not to include any stars at all. Here's another solution. Both the astronauts and the lunar landscape itself are brightly lit by the sun. The sky may look black, but remember, this is in fact daytime on the moon. If you're going to take a photograph of a brightly lit scene, your camera shutter speed needs to be fast and your aperture incredibly small. And in that situation, faint objects like stars simply aren't going to show up. Conspiracy theory 4. Apollo 11 US flag is wavering in the wind, but there's no wind. Haven't they proven that there is a thin atmosphere on the moon though? Can't remember they have recently, in the last few years anyway. Moon has atmosphere. Let's see what it says. The moon has an atmosphere, but it's very tenuous. Okay. Gases in the lunar atmosphere are easily lost to space because of the moon's low gravity. Light atoms such as helium receive enough energy from the solar heat, and so they escape in just a few hours. Why isn't it atmosphere in the moon? But we just read there is. Our moon doesn't have an atmosphere because it's too small and doesn't have a strong magnetic field. So, yeah, I think that it's obviously wrong. Contradicting. Let's see, when was that written? Apollo 17 mission. Lunar atmosphere. Lunar atmospheric composition experiment was deployed in Apollo 17. It was a mass spectrometer that measured the composition of the lunar atmosphere. On earlier missions, only the total abundance of the lunar atmosphere was measured by a cold cathode gauge. The three primary gases in the lunar atmosphere are neon, helium, and hydrogen in roughly equal amounts. Small amounts of methane, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and water were also detected. So yeah, so that was quite a long time ago, Apollo 17, 70s, 72. So it's been known since then. When was that? 72, there you go. So it's been known since then. So why have we got two contradiction on the page here? Just as the discovery of water on the moon transformed our textbook knowledge on Earth's nearest celestial neighbour, recent studies 2013. So let's see what that says. So I guess that's the gadget for measuring spectrum. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, spectrum. At sea level on Earth, we breathe in an atmosphere where each cubic centimetre contains 10 to the 12 series, is it? No. 18 series. So what's that? Molecules. By comparison, the lunar atmosphere only has less than 1 million. That's quite a big difference, isn't it? In the same way, this still sounds like a lot, but it's what considered to be very good vacuum on Earth. So if you make a vacuum, you still got that few molecules floating around that you can't quite suck out. That's what they're saying there. Let's see on the main surface is comparative density of the outermost fringes of Earth's atmosphere where the International Space Station orbits. Now, recently they've had bugs and all sorts of stuff on the windows growing, remember, on the outside of the space station. So just shows that the atmosphere gets thinner and thinner as it goes out. This keeps on going. That means organisms can be carried away from the upper atmosphere, right? And if it can withstand radiation and the extreme coldness of space, which bacteria has really been shown to be really versatile like that, it can go into hibernation. This makes you wonder how spermia can go through the cosmos, right? Travel on solar winds and then hitch a ride on a meteorite and swim off with gravity elsewhere and land on another planet and seed the planet with new life. So yeah, that's 2013 article. And yet we got this one here. This moon doesn't have an atmosphere, which is wrong. So why are people still writing wrong information on the web? I don't know. The moon doesn't have an atmosphere, but a tail too. So, hey, we looked at those pictures just before, and we noticed the atmosphere, or the light reflected off particles as well. Again, definitely can see there was a lot of dust being kicked up there. And you can see it doesn't take much for it to blast off. So people talked about why is there no crater? Well, there you go. It didn't create one. So what's it talking about towers? Is it talking about the solar winds? Yeah, I'd say yeah, solar winds. Sucking the gases. Obviously, where the gas is coming from makes sense that this hydrogen and helium would be from the sun itself, or in pores of rock on the moon itself being gradually leaking out. But still, I'm not too sure why these people say there's no atmosphere. There's virtually no atmosphere. Otherwise, the moon is considered to have not to have an atmosphere because it cannot absorb measurable quantities of radiation. So maybe that's why people keep saying it's got no atmosphere when it really has. So what they're saying here is very scant. See? Present gases. Moon is considered to be surrounded by vacuum. So, people just saying it's got no atmosphere. But it should really say virtually no atmosphere. Almost non-existent. New NASA study suggests Moon once had an atmosphere. So that's 2017. But we already know it has some gas. So, see, it's a bit confusing, I can see already. Why they go talk it like that. See now, turns out I once had an atmosphere. The moon is electric. A moon with an atmosphere. Moon facts. For a long time, scientists. Here we go. Let's go read this one. Yeah, get on with it. The moon is one of the most recognizable objects in the solar system. Blah blah blah. Moon facts. Temperature. Day length 27 days. Temperature negative 173 Celsius to 127 Celsius. You could boil water for that, couldn't you? So yeah, how did they survive that then? Spaceships must have kept them warm, and they must have always been in the cold, because they certainly would have got cooked otherwise. The moon is a little over a quarter of the size of the Earth. Blah blah blah. How cold is the moon? We already saw that. Is there water on the moon? Due to its tilt, some parts of the moon's surface never see sunlight, allowing water, ice to survive in some of the craters. Now, obviously, impacts from asteroids and all that, which have ice particles, gradually will be left in the craters, wouldn't it? So, how far from Earth is the moon? Is the moon getting closer? No. The moon is actually gradually getting further away. How's that going to affect the tides? So yeah, well, we don't have to worry about it in our lifetime. Every single year the moon moves about 4 centimeters further out. So you're talking about climate change, right? Here's a factor here, right, that affects climate. Of course climate's always changing, and it's not always to do with mankind, it's to do with the moon and the sun. There you go, it's all been debunked. Climate change debunked. I know, it must going to get censored. Is there an atmosphere? For a long time, scientists thought that there was no atmosphere on the moon, but recently studies have confirmed that there is one. So this is where it's getting confusing, right? So the very thin atmosphere, known as a exosphere, contains helium, argon, neon, ammonia, methane, carbon dioxide. It also contains sodium and potassium, so that's new, which are not usually found as gases in the atmospheres of Earth, Venus or Mars. When the atmosphere comes from is still not known. Some theories suggest that the solar winds and high energy particles are stripping material from the surface of the moon, while others propose that the evaporation of the surface material might be involved, or even meteorite impacts. That could also be a combination of all these factors. I'd say it's more likely to be all factors here. Why are there so many impact craters on the moon? Well, as we've seen on the impact crater map I was working on, the Earth has got more impact craters than the moon. The thin atmosphere leaves very little to protect the moon from asteroids. Our planet does burn them up. So they get everything hitting the ground up there on the moon. Does the moon cause the tides? Yes, a gravitational pull. Gravitational pull of the moon causes water on the nearest side of the Earth to bulge outwards, resulting in high tides. So we won't go into all that. Alright, so yeah, that's pretty good. Little page there, National History Museum, UK of all things. Alright, so who we got on the side? Some went to bed, some come here. Joshua Branson. So you guys are so silly you wrapped up in aliens. Hang on, who was talking about aliens? I'm not talking about aliens at all today. That's because we want you to believe there are aliens, reality and demons. Well, maybe you're silly thinking they're demons. We do not know what DNA the other life forms from outer space consist of, let alone what they allegedly look like. Exactly, we don't know anything. This is why we're still looking. We're still collecting data. You've only got eyewitness accounts of what they're seeing, and of course then you got paranormal mixed in with that. And then you also got mental problems, where the human brain can play tricks on you, mind tricks on yourself. You know, not mental like nut job, but your mind can do tricks like that, and your eyes are just like pieces of jelly anyway, and they can have all these sort of problems. And of course, then you got radiation that affects the neurons in the brain. So a dose of EMF at the wrong time can make you see apparitions and demons and angels. So that's why it's got to keep on being studied to try and work it out. So if you can replicate it in science, like make a device that sort of blasts EMF into your brain, which makes you then see a apparition of a person, then you know how to reproduce it. Means there might be some science behind it. So yeah, here we're talking about debunking crazy conspiracy theories and why believing in aliens is not so stupid, because now they know every star in the universe has a solar system. And how many stars in the universe? And it's always changing because they're still collecting data, you know. How many stars in the universe? That's 1 billion trillion stars in the observable universe. That means if we get to the edge of the universe, it might still keep on going. So what's 1 billion trillion? Is that 9 zeros followed by 12 zeros. So 9, 12, 21 zeros. One with 21 zeros on the end. If you had that money in the bank account, I think you'd be pretty happy, even if it was cents, pennies. So yeah, how many galaxies are there? Such galaxies make up 90% of the total. There may be up to 2 trillion galaxies in the universe. So how many solar systems in the Milky Way? Okay, we'll just try the Milky Way, because that's what we can get a telescope to see some of the stuff now, radioscopes. There's at least between 250 and 500 billion stars just in our Milky Way. And that's just in our galaxy. And there's 2 billion galaxies. Just wrap your head around that figure and you think they're demons. Who knows? Many exoplanets are truly present. There are over 700 unknown multi-planetary systems confirmed, or stars which host at least 2 planets. So there's 700 which they've confirmed with a radio telescope in our galaxy. Makes sense that maybe one of those 700 has some life forms on it, which have been around a lot longer than we have, and have figured or have been travelling the great distance of space in livable spacecraft where they grow their own food and they have fusion power where they're getting power to generate light to grow the vegetables. It's all possible, you know. They could be floating across and creating little space colonies on asteroids and moons and planets as they're coming towards us. Even if they had very slow speed ships, right? So they got plenty of time if they do it that way. Does the Milky Way galaxy have more than one solar system? Well, the 700 we just saw, but let's see what that one says. Our planetary system is the only one officially called solar system, but astronauts have discovered more than 3,200 other stars with planets orbiting them in our galaxy. So that sounds like update figure there. So it's gone from 700 to 3,200. So when was that published? Have we got a date? NASA, so it's probably the most current information then. And of course, what is the biggest star in the universe? And it is the one that has it can consume 5 million of our suns in it. It's the biggest star in the galaxy. Could you imagine that? So yeah, the universe is crazy, and we've got a lot to explore and learn still. So yeah, it hasn't got a timestamp on this, unfortunately. Last updated this year, September. So there you go. So that's all current information then. So now we know there's 3,200, and that number's only just going to keep on growing. That's just in our galaxy. So did we have a number for the universe estimate? Well, there's 2 billion galaxies, so it's going to be 2 billion times 3,000, say. So it's going to be 6 billion solar systems out there, with 2 or more planets, they said. So there you go. How many galaxies are there in the universe? Anyway, I think we've got enough data. It's fascinating when you start to crunch down the numbers. It's amazing stuff. Okay. So what was about the flag? Okay, back to the flag. Talking about atmosphere, that's right. Now we know there's atmosphere gases. It's very thin, almost non-existent. So what is the explanation for the flag moving? Buzz Aldrin saluting the proudly waving American flag, blah 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 blah. But there's no atmosphere on the moon, which is we've just found out is incorrect. There's almost no atmosphere, and there's no wind. Well, that there is subjective. It's going to have a few particles hitting it, I guesses. So why is the flag wavering? Look again at the image, in a particular along the top edge of the flag, you will find the answer. A telescopic pole has been extended along the top in order to make the flag fly proudly. Because it's been set up like this, it appears to be wavering in the wind. All the wrinkles are there because it's literally being screwed up for days. I suppose you need to see the video, really. But if you give it energy, it's going to move along, sort of vibrate back and forth, isn't it? As the energy sort of slowly loses to the ground, I suppose, and some of the air molecules and dust particles. So I doubt if it's waving even today. I bet it stopped wavering, unless they get solar wind, of course. That would change it. That'd add more motion again. Conspiracy Theory 5. If we really went to the moon in 1969, why have we never been back? Because humans wanted to start wars instead and spend the money there. Obviously it's expensive, right? Apollo 17, the last mission to land astronauts on the moon, took place in 1972. Yep, we looked that up. Apollo 17 wasn't meant to be the end of the story, of course. Throughout the 70s, there were ambitions to establish a permanent lunar base. But I guess change of presidents and wars took the money elsewhere, didn't it? It never happened, but it was no grand conspiracy. This was geopolitics here. Vietnam War. Yep. Space Shuttle program. And what's that one? Conspiracy status debunked. Apollo 11, 50 years on, leaving our mark on the moon. The moon landings were not a hoax. Apollo 11 did happen. Humans really did set foot on the moon. We have countless images, videos, lunar samples, and scientific data to prove it. But more than that, human exploration has literally left its mark on the moon's surface. In 2009, which we started at the very beginning with those images, we sent a lunar reconnaissance orbiter to map the lunar surface in 3 or 4 orders of magnitude more resolution than ever had been. That's before the Chinese went, I think. Yeah, 72 wasn't it, the orbiter? And the first one, 2009. Lunar orbiters, let's see the history of them. Our history. Obviously the camera technology is going to get better, isn't it? It says 2009 there. What were the ones before then called then? 4 years in orbit. I thought they had more. Let's see. Orbiters. Moon orbiters. What's happened to our input? What the hell? It was a NASA robotics spacecraft currently orbiting the moon. List of extraterrestrial orbiters. Oh no, not aliens. Let's see. Moon. Plus 17. What do we got here? Luna, Russia, USA, Orbiter 1. 1966, so that's where they got the first images for the landing sites, I suppose. Russia again, USA, Lunar Orbiter 2. So that was called Lunar Orbiter. So this is where it gets a bit confusing. The other one was called Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter. Had the R in between. So this 67, Orbiter 4 is 67, Explorer 35, 67. So they got a fair bit up around the moon there, haven't they? 73. I guess some of these landed on the moon though, not actually orbiting. Apart from the ones that say orbiter, which are obviously orbiting, these other ones must have been landings. So Russian was up there. Apollo 8, 10, 11. '69, yep, moon landing. 17, 72. So yeah, where's all the other orbiters though? What's this one? Left lunar orbit. Smart 1. ESA 2004. What's that doing? Deliberately deorbited impact lunar surface 3rd of September 2006. So that one's gone. Changey 1, China 2007. Left orbit 2011. Currently in deep space. India 2008. USA 2009. Here we go. LR orbiter. So yeah, there's lunar orbiters and there's lunar reconnaissance orbiters. So that's where the confusion is. Artemis Part 1. P1. 2011 active. So what's that doing? Circling. Man, they got a lot of stuff up there, eh? Israel's up there now. Oh, well, they tried to. Crashed into lunar surface. That one was a flop. India. What's that one? Lost contact. See, they bought their chips from China. In China there. 2020. What's that one up to? First lunar sample return mission. So I think Russia, China, that's the ones that are going to be up there mostly. They're the ones that got lots of trillions of dollars now, and everyone else is busted because of the virus. So yeah, that's quite a good list there. I'll post that to the side. Orbiters and lunar craft. There's a lot to understand, isn't there? And we're sort of still delving into it here. Has so many classified black ops in the world, works for many years. So yep. Debunk Simon Parks, please. Is a somewhat brainwashed with a very bad upbringing. Legend involving MI5. Yeah. What's he got to do with aliens and space though? I don't want to get into all conspiracies. I'm sort of narrowing it down. But at the moment we're debunking all the moon stuff. And I think we got to the end finally. I'll post the link to that one. Moon debunks. Obviously there's got to be a few more. They just covered the main ones. Okay, what are we on to now? Alright, about the airbrushing. How are we going for time? 3 hours already. Damn. 5 o'clock here. We can keep on going a wee bit. So what's this about? Why does Apollo 11 photo act so weirdly? Okay, so basically people were saying when they analysed this photograph, they found it was actually cut out. And when you watch the original footage, there was no moon, and no picture of the, Earth in the background. So, where did this come from? Turns out someone made it up. No one in NASA, but some sort of newspaper maybe, or hoaxer or photographer put it out there, and it sort of made the rounds. So they've run it through some analyzing software here. You can see definitely there's two different images here. And that one looks like it may have been cut out as well. But as we found out, depends on the pixels and the amount of data. But it can look a bit blocky. Anyway, I'll just carry on. So they found a duplicate there as well. So this is the original image here, and there's no Earth in the picture. That's because it's been added here, you see. And they found where it was taken from, this image here. It was worth noting the Earth is in totally the wrong place. It's much too low in the horizon. So it's too low here. So it was taken from here and spliced onto here. And it's not on NASA's site. You can see here the shadow should have carried on. So that's really crappy editing if they're faking it. Wouldn't you say? So maybe they weren't trying to fake it. Maybe that was one image. Maybe on the same camera, I don't know, and maybe that was another image on the same camera, and somehow they got merged together. I know I've had that happen with me when I've been taking photographs on my old cameras, and you end up with two different shots, but sort of merged together. Highest of the faked image. Yeah, it's definitely been messed around with. Earth image pasted from there. Yeah, we know that. Unfortunately, this is very common, which is why the first step in investigating any NASA photograph should be to locate the original. Generally, a simple image search will give you something. You can also limit it to more official photos by adding site.gov to the search, which is basically what we did up here. Images. So we probably could find the Earth that was used in the other shot. So the question is, does the atmosphere change shape in all the different photographs as well? If they were faking it. So let's have a look at his one again. There's your close-up on the moon. Okay, so it looks like it's got a big white patch here with two white blobs. And you can see that's totally different. So the clouds have changed. So it wasn't taken from that image. So we can verify that that is not a cut and paste of the Earth on all the different images. I don't think it's upside down. I don't see that same pattern on that one here, which is another photo we were looking at. No, you see it's totally different. But yeah, that's how you stick in the middle of things. And so yeah, well, let's look at the images together and see if all the Earth pictures have the same cloud pattern, you know, or very close to. And it hasn't. Okay, so we debunked that one. So here's a list of all the different images, and you can see nowhere in the range of photograph that you're going to have a picture of the Earth in the background. And there's a photo sequence there. And you can see that's the full length of the film even. Looks like they scanned in the extra bits on the side, which is kind of handy, I suppose. And then they've cropped it. So that means someone must have made it up from, because it wasn't on the same camera after all. So someone must have got it and edited it. Okay. And did a bad editing job here. Maybe they didn't want to make it too obvious. Yeah, you can see the line here where they joined it even. And you can see all the crosshairs on that one. We were looking at the crosshairs before, where they were claiming it was going behind objects, but it was only when it was brightly lit where they would fade. And what are we looking at here? The crosshairs. Okay. So there's a little crosshairs. Yep. And you can see how it blends in with the very white background. And then it goes out a step. Should have been enough crosshair here though. But they can't see it because it's got washed out. So they've tried to even match up the crosshairs, which is kind of interesting, but they didn't do a very good job because they're too low down here. They should be parallel. Same with these ones here. Oh, so they confirmed it's a fake image. There you go. And it wasn't NASA that faked it, because the originals don't have planet Earth in the background. And space bubbles. Now, I haven't got the energy to go through these ones. 3 hours 18 minutes. I don't know if people would watch it. I suppose we can keep on going. What of you? Space bubbles would fool tourists. Okay, so I was just searching on space bubbles to try and find information, science information on it, and I come across this silly one. The Rocket Racing League is teaming up with a private aerospace company and the state of New Mexico to build a new fleet of suborbital spacecraft designed to give space tourists a view of the Earth. Well, send some flat earthers up there first. Passengers would be surrounded in a clear bubble-like shell that gives a panoramic 360-degree view of the Earth and space, rather than be limited to the round window. Kind of makes sense. So what's that in the bottom there? Imagine a meteorite hitting that though. While you're in that, you're dead meat. Whoosh. So you become the fish. Well, they're planning it, so how'd they get inside? It looks like the lid opens up. And why not just have like a dome on top where people can poke their heads up on the actual Virgin plane? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? So that would make sense if it's like a space station that the lower half you sleep in. But wouldn't you get sick of it? Simply just going back up and looking. Anyway, I thought I'd just include that one. Here we go. So, before we get into that, let's just look at the claims. And that one. Space bubbles. NASA top 10 space bubbles in space. So let's use this under fair use and break it down. Okay, so it's just music, and they're just claiming these things they see in the videos are little specks, bubbles. Okay, so I'm not sure if you can see that one. Let's go to full size. It's not much better. Donation jack can go. Okay, no one's donating. Did you see the bubble? So where did the bubble go? Because if it's in the water, the bubble doesn't just simply dissolve. It simply will keep on going towards the surface. So it's really gone. Can you see a planet in the background? Well, as we've seen from other NASA photographs, blackness of the other half of the planet, you don't see it. It just blends in. So we've gone through that claim. We want space bubbles. Where's these space bubbles that you claim? See any space bubbles? I think I saw something there. I'll just go back. I thought I saw something here. Could be a light reflection. Okay, I'm not seeing what they're trying to say. Oh, I was meant to click pause. It's here somewhere. Yeah, that's not really convincing space bubbles, is it? Oh, I've done it again. Well, the space bubbles are not going to go boom and then zoom off like that. As soon as a space bubble there. Or is it simply just a piece of ice? It's not likely to be a piece of ice. You got to remember, gases all around finally joined together for water. Just like clouds form in the atmosphere here, ice particles form literally out of thin air in space. But if they're meant to be inside a water tank, which they're claiming, these people that don't believe that we're in space, then these bubbles don't add up because they're going downwards. And what's the thing that happens in a swimming pool? All bubbles go vertically upwards. They don't go off in different directions like that. So this claim of space bubbles is ridiculous. It's going to be ice particles. There's one that seems to come around here. It could even be lint from this suits, from hatches. When they open up the hatches, right? Remember that they're eating crummy biscuits and like cookies and that sort of stuff. With their mills inside the compressed capsule. When they open the door, all those crumbs and things are going to float around as well. So it doesn't have to be ice, it can be other debris. So far it's not convincing it's space bubbles, and of course here we're filming through glass, and you can see the micro meteorite impacts on the glass already, making imperfections. Okay, so there again is ice. Now if that was water, and gas from breathing out from the suits, that would go straight up. That wouldn't go on an angle like this. And here we can see what's that in the background? Earth, is it? Looks like cloud cover. Yeah, it's just ice. Bubble pairs in 1 second. Okay, just ice again, and it looks like it come from behind. Now that's the first one that's gone straight up. So they got one that's gone straight up, and one out of all those ones. Okay, so that's not really convincing at all. And you can see what this guy's done here. Looks like he's copied it from another, his backup channel. Because he's so scared that it's going to get deleted for not really producing anything of value here, apart from conspiracy. But yeah, it looks good that some of these videos are still up so we can use it to analyze anyway. What's the next one? Okay, this is how bubbles in the water work. Fair use again, hopefully. And this one's quite good. get rid of that sound. Now, depending on the angle of the camera, man, all these are going straight up to the surface, right? And they don't simply disappear. You can see even the smallest ones are going up still. And that's a lot of bubbles. So that's on our planet. Now if they were faking it in tanks, we'd expect the bubbles to go always show and always go upwards because of lighter than air, right? Lighter than water. Okay, so this is another video that came out that showed that he was leaking into his helmet here the water coolant from his spacesuit.
And Terry Verd.
After a nearly 7-hour space for astronaut Terry Verts found water in his helmet. Water can interfere with communications and potentially disrupt breathing. No doubt. Yeah, so let's have a look.
Making a ripple.
There it is, yeah, look. Let's go back a bit.
For making a ripple.
Yeah. Problem appear a docking system. Is that all we got? Okay. So yeah, you can see there was definitely water in his helmet there. And because makes you wonder if they got water in the helmet, can it sometimes leak? More than likely, eh? I thought I had some more footage. We'll keep on going. Oh yeah, Daily Motion. Possible water bubbles in NASA footage. So obviously they got banned off YouTube. So let's have a look at this one. Probably have to mute it, probably.
Hi, this is Emma, and welcome to Esoteric Detective. Recently I was doing some research and came across something interesting that I thought I would share.
That's quite loud.
I was watching videos.
What's happened?
Astronauts in space when I came across a number of channels which claimed that video from spacewalks by astronauts were filmed in a pool. That is, that for some reason, NASA and other governments were darkening their simulation.
Okay, so what's the other thing you can see here? This is actual them in a pool practicing. You can see here with the light shining on the water, you can see the ripples. So if they were in a tank, we'd see that sort of ripple effect.
Water tanks used for training astronauts and passing them off as walks in space. I found the video.
And look, the bubbles are going straight up from there.
Videos interesting. But just to be clear, I am not saying that they are in a simulation tank in these spacewalks. There might very well be other explanations for the anomalies. Anyway, a link to the channels will be placed in the description.
And there's a bubble going up.
And on that note, let's check out some of the video.
A ring and...
And you can see how washed out it is too. And it looks like it's being filled with water.
What place are you talking about? Could you please push me against the structure once again? Yes, and
I
proceed
think
this
they're
way.
in outer space now. So they're looking for water bubbles.
Yes, and proceed this way. Yes, and proceed this way.
Something bounced off here, I think. You can see it wasn't vertical. That's not convincing. If that was a water bubble, it should have gone straight up.
Yes,
get rid of that. And there it is. There is it. There it is. Yeah. It's really hard to see it. So that could be a bit of debris, you know, a bit of paint chip, more likely ice crystal though. Where's the bubble? There. Can you see the bubble? Be damned if I can. Where is it? Look how blurry it is. They need to circle it. Alright, they're doing it again. What have we got? Ice crystal. That's this ice crystal. See, it disappeared, you see. Because the light stopped reflecting off it as it was spinning. There you go, like spun. And this was the Chinese, was it? Slow motion. We've seen that one on the other video.
What do you want for dinner? Lasagna or fish?
Either. Anyway, there's the water pack, the coolant system. So you could imagine something there maybe breaking and leaking some fluid as well, forming ice crystals around them. But anyway, it's just nonsense. It's definitely not underwater. So that's the only one I could find. A year ago I could find a lot more of these type videos. It looks like it's slowly, they're slowly dying off. Okay, it's people coming to real understanding now. This is the main culprit that's making lots of money from it. And he lives in the Philippines. So yeah, who is he and why is he living in the Philippines if he's that brave about flat earth and all that? Yeah, so there are some things about bubbles in space here. Earth surrounded by giant fizzy bubbles. So it's true, there is water in space. Interplanet magnetic fields, solar wind. What are they saying? The space above you is fizzing with activity as bubbles of super hot gas constantly grow and pop around the Earth. Scientists announced today. So what year was that one? 2006. Earth's magnetic field meets a constant stream of particles flowing out from the sun. While space is commonly called a vacuum, in fact there is gas everywhere. As I said before, the gas, the atmosphere of Earth keeps on going and getting thinner and thinner out in space. And it can carry bacteria up to the space station even. In fact, there's gas everywhere. Not as dense, yes. Newfound bubbles are technically called density holes. In them, gas density is 10 times lower. The gas in the bubbles is 18 million Fahrenheit, 10 to the million Celsius, instead of 180,000 degrees Fahrenheit of the surrounding hot gas, which is known as plasma. The bubbles were found in data collected by the European Space Agency Clusters mission flotilla of 4 spacecraft. Researchers first thought they had an instrument glitch when the spacecraft passed through bubbles. Then I looked at the data from all 4 cluster spacecraft. These anomalies were being observed simultaneously by all the spacecraft. That's when I believe they were real. Okay, so a bit hard to get false data on all the spacecraft at the same time. Although skeptics out there could say otherwise, because we said about radar data for UFOs and for Corcora lights, remember? And so they still said, sort of wrote that off as false images on both radars. The bubbles expanded to about 620 miles and probably last about 10 seconds before bursting and being replaced by the cooler, denser solar wind, Parks and his colleagues say. Parks is his name. Find out why the high temperature don't fry the spacecraft. So that's another story. Is it not known for sure how the bubbles are created? It's not known for sure how the bubbles are created, but the researchers suspect it involves the solar wind colliding with the magnetic field, which forms a boundary called the Bow-Shock. The phenomenon is similar to the wake formed by the front of a boat. This discovery, detailed in a journal, Physics of Plasma, could help astronomers better understand how the solar wind interacts with the magnetic field. So they're still finding out stuff, right? And this only recently, 2006. So space bubbles are real. So could some of the stuff you see in the footage from NASA actually be these space bubbles moving with the solar wind? I talked about it last time. So bubbles do happen. In space, ice flows like honey and pops like champagne. Now, looks like it's got someone talking about it. The first clue appeared in 2016 when researchers found that water, ammonia, and methanol ice, the kind found in interstellar clouds where stars form and in comets, could contain a range of molecule types, including ribose and precursor of RNA, one of the great mysteries surrounding the origin of life. So again, we're talking about panspermia here. Okay, let's see if we can sum it up here. There's findings of what happens to ammonia methanol ice when subjected to ultraviolet light radiation, standing in for starlight and sub-zero temperatures. standing in for space, what they found is a bit weird. 2 thermal sweet spots at which the ice behave unexpectedly. Below -200C, the ice was a brittle solid, but at -206 6 degrees difference, it began to form bubbles. We were so surprised when we saw the bubbling of ice in really low temperatures. So there you go. And that's little bubbles and ice there. So extreme cold, you still can get bubbles. Again, maybe it's related to the other article that we just looked at. Bubbles were made of hydrogen split away from the ice ammonia. Methane molecules by the ultraviolet light to which the ice had been exposed. So what's it saying? Bubbles nonetheless persisted to up to -123, at which point the ice turned crystalline. Seeing space ice in this liquid-like state supports the possibility of chemical interactions occurring within it. Okay, so that's what ends there. Or did I just click something? Where's the rest of it? Oh no, stupid ad or something. What else we got? Supporting the idea that all these organic molecules can form into ice and might be present in comets. It may just be that life on Earth began in the sense of chunks of ice spinning across the galaxies. So there you go. So more evidence of bubbling. So it's not clear cut at all. That gets us on to Dubay. Yeah, that's all to do with flat Earth stuff. Alright, so on to flat Earth now. So I found this to find out who he is. And this is his stats. Eric Dubay is an American writer. He is also a yoga teacher and a self-described flat Earth truther. Personal life. Eric Dubay was born in 1981. So what's that make him? A Generation M? He currently lives in... Oh, right, Bangkok. I thought it was Philippines. Isn't that where all the pedos go? From 2000 to 2004, Eric attended the University of Maine, where he graduated with a double Bachelor of Arts degree in philosophy and English. So there you go, guys. And this is a guy that's meant to be, everybody's believing to be a scientist. And he hasn't got any science qualifications whatsoever. Arts degree, come on. Philosophy. So basically, he's good at producing an argument, is what we're reading here. So he can twist words around and make people believe, and that's basically what he's done with his books and flat Earth nonsense, twisting things to say people believe it. 2006, he started working at the Chulalongkorn University of Bangkok, where he was a teacher until 2012. So he probably would have been teaching English, I'd say, to the student Asians. Also to 2006, Eric started his website, Lantinian Conspiracy, where he writes about conspiracy theories, spirituality, and philosophy. The website has since expanded into other formats such as podcasts and YouTube videos. Since 2011, Eric has also been instructor at Bangkok Wing Chun, South Chinese form of Kung Fu, based on teaching self-defense. Eric also writes articles frequently expressing his views on his WordPress blog. Heavy into flat Earth. Dubay believes that the Earth is flat and shaped like a disc, and that the North Pole is in the middle of his disc, with the Antarctica providing walls of ice that hold the oceans in place rather than a continent. I wonder if we got a picture of it. Let's have a look. Flat Earth. I think they're the most crazy people. Model. So let's bring that up. Images. There we go. The disc. And it's got the sea ice all around, which is meant to be the Antarctica. So where are the people meant to be on the ice in Antarctica on his model? How can people believe in that? Yeah, mate. What's up with these folks? Exactly. Crazy. I can't believe people actually built models. Flat Earth with the war sea ice. That Dubay, he must have been the one behind it all. Flat Earth 3D model. And yeah, what's the sun? Is that a disc as well? That's sort of going around in circles. How's it lighten just one area of the globe at the time? I suppose that's the moon. How's that even working? I just can't wrap my head around how they get that. Are they saying the light only goes to a certain distance? Like a spotlight. They're saying the sun is a spotlight, so it goes around the planet. Anyway, back to the list, because we're running out of time. 2015, he started the International Flat Earth Research Society, which rose out of his frustration with the leadership established flat Earth societies. Furthermore, he is the author of 6 published books. Here you go, that's where the money's coming in. The Lantinian Conspiracy 2009, Asbestos Head, Spiritual Science, 200 Proofs the Earth is Not a Spinning Ball, The Earth Plane, The Flat Earth Conspiracy 2019, so he's still at it. So Eric has written and produced and appeared in several documentaries and TV series. He also has appeared on the Highest Side Chats 200 proofs Earth is not spinning ball. The NASA moon, the Mars landing, hoaxes. So he's behind it all. The globe, Earth, lie, dinosaurs never existed. So what's all the fossils we're getting then? If Flat Earth, why is questioning the shape of our planet? A psyop. History of Flat Earth, and 100 proofs Earth is not a globe. Why has he written 2 books then? Obviously, the other 200 got debunked. Dubay has also produced dinosaurs never exist in the globe. Earth is a lie. Yeah, we just read that above. He also the author of 2000. Yeah, we just read that. Interesting facts. Eric writes articles on a vast array of topics such as Freemasonry, Atlantis, global warming, chemtrails, hoaxes. So he's into all the topics that's going to generate a good income. He also teaches yoga. He also creates music, writing his own lyrics and producing his own music. So do I. And he also has 2 music albums out called The Flat Earth Movement. Yeah, anything to make money. The Dubay Step. Eric was supposed to appear in a debate with astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson on Joe Rogan's podcast, but the encounter never materialized. Why didn't it? Did he not show up, Neil? Or did Dubay not show up? Doesn't make it clear there, does it? So let's see if we can find out. Astrophysicist. What's happened here? Yeah, but it's not a vacuum, is it? Rockets expel gases as well as water and heat. So back to this one. I won't let us cut and paste it. That's pretty sneaky. So these are all the comments. Can anyone confirm he's still out there? He's still out there. He'll be writing books and making money. And of course, you probably can buy a lot more in Thailand than you could in UK or America. Try to find something. Anyway, he's a scam artist. Philosophy. Professor in philosophy. You see, he puts on his Amazon books that he's an ex-professor. Ex-professor on yoga and kung fu. Makes him an expert on science. Yeah. So let's see what we can find out. What happened to Joe Rogan? That would have been a fairly hilarious show, actually. What happened to Joe Rogan and Dubay? How do you spell his name again? Dubay. Debate. Rogan is losing influence. Yep, you will. Who uses Spotify anyway? I don't. I'm more likely to watch Joe Rogan if he's on YouTube. Outrage over Joe Rogan. Under fire for exposing anti-science views. 40 episodes removed by Spotify. Yeah, we saw that coming. You got millions of dollars, but you got censored. Rogan is already a headache for Spotify. Yes, they're regretting it now, are they? Too big to cancel. Joe Rogan apologised for spreading misinformation about what? Everything. Yeah, so, yeah. Here we go. So, looks like there's something here. Let's have a look. Oh, well, looks like Dubay chickened out.
Okay. A metal coaster?
Yeah, see?
What the hell?
Okay, let's just keep on going.
I'm just thinking.
Where is K1?
K1, it's the Himalayan mountains.
Okay.
Yeah, so he was ready to debate him. Looks like he didn't show up. And yet, when you read that first article, the poster was suggesting that, what's his name? Neil, chickened out. So it was the other way around.
Okay.
In Nepal. Okay?
I do have people that I've met that don't believe, because the problem with YouTube video.
Right? Or reject everything outright. You're trained to ask questions. You're trained to probe deeper than the lay.
So maybe that's it. What year was that? One year ago. That can't be. Oh, it's reposts from somewhere else, is it? No. They used to have in the title when the video was uploaded, so you'd know for sure then. So is there any other ones with Joe Rogan, Eric? 1159, is that the same one? What happened to the Neil Dyson Eric? Okay, that's what we want to know. Did it get called off or something? I just think it hasn't happened yet. It happened, but it will never be released. There was a rumor that Dubay had contracted the girl NTT drugged and raped. That was bringing her to the debate. NTT bowed hard after that. Wow, the false accusations are going after black science. I think it's still happening. 3 years ago. Well, obviously it didn't happen. And looks like they did a show there. And he didn't show up. Anyway. Joe Rogan again. Spotify. So it sounds like the same episode. They lie about Eric Dubay, do they? What did they lie? What did they lie about? What part did they lie about? Flat out against saying Joe announced the debate several times on his show, but many months since this has not once contacted me, Eric Dubay, to even touch base or set up this interview. So why did you two lie about this? Why did you announce the debate? Yeah, but it's only his word against theirs then. That's what you'd call a damage control thing. So if he didn't bother showing up, or he bowed out, then you just post that out there saying, no one contacted me. Be interesting to see if there's any phone recordings of them trying to contact him. Anyway. Anyway, just carry on. So, was there anything else worth knowing about him here? That was the last thing. Okay. So, I can post the link to his bio there. But I'm probably going to have to get going. Oh, 6 o'clock. How are we going for time? 4 hour one. But there is, which we haven't got time to go through, rebuttals to Eric Dubay's 200 proofs the Earth is not a spinning ball. And there is a heap. There's all the 39 of them on this page. And they got at least 4 more rebuttals that expose his lie for each one. Right. About the water flowing uphill and all that sort of nonsense when it's to do with gravity and all particles are being pulled towards the centre of the bigger mass. Everything's got gravity, but the bigger mass always wins. It's got the biggest. So you can see here, there's one with two rebuttals, 3, and so on. So does it go on through the 200? Let's have a look. Oh yeah, still going. 48, climate change. 53. Man, it's going to be long. 100 coming up. So you're going through the whole book. Distant objects. Going on. 100. So it looks like the whole book is debunked here. With more than one example. If that's not good enough to expose them, I don't know what is. So there's a website set up. Oh, looks like my magnifier stopped working. So I was going to go through a few of them, but I don't think we need to. I did go through some at the start anyway about the water, and if you jump upwards the earth is spinning, why didn't the building of the house whack you in the back? It's stupid stuff like that. 200 rebuttals on flat earth book. atmosphere in space. The Coriolis effect is too small for aircraft. Long-range snipers. So his argument, if gravity magically dragged the atmosphere along with the spinning ball, if that would mean the atmosphere near the equator would be spinning around at over 1,000 miles per hour, the atmosphere over the mid-latitudes would be spinning around 500 miles an hour and gradually slow down poles. Nah, it's always spinning at constant speed. We'll notice we get weather that changes different directions. That's either adding to the overall initial inertia, the spin speed, or it's subtracting it. So same as flying a plane, into it and along with it with a tailwind. It's all relative. Obviously. I'm gonna keep going. We could go on and on and on this stuff. I don't think we'll ever stop people coming up with new stuff which has to be debunked again. Anyway, you got a link there you can have a look at. Air planets do not adjust course for the curve of the Earth. So I included this one separately. If the Earth was truly a sphere of 25,000 miles in circumference, airplane planets would have to constantly correct their altitudes downwards so as not to fly straight off into outer space. This is a mistake. It's not a proof that the Earth is flat. The airline pilots have an altimeter which they use to keep the plane at a fixed altitude. So if it's bending, then the plane will be correcting as it bends, right? Distance from the Earth to the plane, and also they aim at the horizon. So if the Earth is a globe and you keep your plane at a fixed distance from the Earth, then automatically you are correcting your course, to remain at a fixed distance from the Earth. In other words, you are going around the curve of the Earth, Also, by aiming at the horizon, that will cause you to constantly follow the curve of the Earth. So airplane pilots already have two perfectly good systems in place to ensure they follow the curve of the Earth and avoid the mountains, because conclusion is the airline planets do adjust for curve if it exists, so it does not prove or disapprove the flat Earth or globe Earth. I wrote this to Dubay about his 277 feet drop per minute claim. The problem is you're not doing the correct math equation. You're taking the drop in 500 miles, 166,667 feet, and dividing by 60 minutes, or the total flight time, to get the correct but ridiculous number of 2,777 feet per minute drop. To simply use 600 miles per hour divided by 60 minutes means you're flying 10 miles per minute. Some more calculations. 67 feet roughly. So which is it? Is the plane dropping at 277 feet per minute or 67 feet per minute? Neither. If the plane is flying 10 miles per minute, that means it's going 1 mile in 6 seconds. Is an inch drop in 6 seconds the correct answer? That's really not much of a drop, but that's still not correct. A 747 is about 250 feet in length. Divided by 528 equals 0.04 of a mile. The plane is 0.0473 of a mile long. Multiply that by what was it? Where's those other numbers from? And it works out to be 0.17 of an inch in the plane's length. The Earth drops 0.017 of an inch. That's just a little over 1/64 of an inch. Theoretically, an airplane could maintain a flight altitude just a little over 1/64 of an inch at a level and navigate the entire globe. I say theoretically because there's so many forces involved. The plane's computer pilots are always making corrections. Hopefully facts will prevail in this silly flat earth craze. Yes, the whole idea that the earth was a globe, planes would fly off into space because they're not putting their nose down is ridiculous. In the olden days, the pilot was always aiming at the horizon and would automatically correct for the globe. Anyway, I gotta go. Dinner time. So, if you want to read more on that, Flat Earth Facts. Facts or debunk? Flat Earth Globe Link. So you can read more of that one if you want to. It's always the comments that are more fun to read anyway. And we've done that one. And time to wrap up after 4 hours and 16 minutes, and we could have kept on going lots longer on this topic, but enough is enough. I'm sick of it. Okay, so yeah, I'll see you again on the next live show. Hopefully I'll be on UFOs again. Take care on the roads, and if you're in lockdown like us, enjoy your bubble. We're getting sick of our bubbles. Come on. Good night. I'll probably get 100 dislikes on it eventually, but I don't care. We tried to follow through there on everything. Small one for Mick West, I think, anyway. He loves that sort of stuff.